Hello, Sasha, coming in with the first. How are you doing? Apologies, I was kind of rushing to get back to sit down. But I hope you're having a good day today. Like, how are you doing? Also, I apologize. I took a bit to come back in. I'm still having some chest pains. I think I have a bit of indigestion today. Like, trying to figure out what's wrong with me is painful. I do actually think I am sick with something, to be honest. Because at the moment, my rib cage hurts as if it's been bruised. I recall this happening earlier this year. And I even recall saying to, it's like my mother, now that I actually mentioned, my heart was playing up earlier this year. And I was like, hey, oh, this is so odd. And then a day later, it felt a bit better and it slowly went away. And it turns out what we think could have happened is this is the strand of COVID I get. My heart plays up. That's it. I don't get headachy. I don't get the sniffles. I don't feel like I'm going to die. Actually, I kind of do because of the pain in my chest, but you know what I mean. It's like, this may be how it affects me. That, or I'm getting some other mystery illness which affects me this way. Good, you got the Spider-Man remaster with 30 bones. That is not a bad price. I mean, were they your bones, or could there be anyone's bones? Oh, you're not feeling well either. I hope you get to rest up and relax. Like, it very much do get better. Everyone else's health is really important. Me saying that kind of makes me think I'm not prioritizing my health. I had a bit of a pain getting the stream to start. Like last night, I did a very short stream. It only lasted like an hour or so. And when I clicked go live, it just set me live. I couldn't edit anything. Found out today, Streamlabs signed me out. And then when I went to go live, I didn't get to change any of my settings. They went, nah, how dare you try to change your settings? You're going to have to do that back in Twitch. So I'm going to have to remember what I named this VOD. Which is less than ideal. But it's August 1st. New month. Which means Twitch has new ads. I was actually in a couple of channels. I'm like, I don't recall seeing this ad. This ad's different. I'm like, oh, it's the first of the month. New ad day. Hello, Story Ring. There are new ads. I will. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to change my channel points. I need to turn off my Final Fantasy 1 because I'm not playing 14. We're playing 16. And as much as I know it is loved, I'm gonna have to turn it off, make me exercise because I'm still not feeling well. Thank you for the smack. And it was your birthday last month. Oh, I'm sorry. Happy birthday last month. Still recommend playing Castle Crashers. Let me just quickly Google Castle Crashers because I know I've seen it. Right, I know of this game. I had someone in uni who was obsessed with this, but they didn't want me to play it on my own. It was like, because I went to play it, and it's like, no, you have to play it with me. And then I just got tired of it because it was, I had to follow him to do everything. One of the worst kind of people that you can play a game with. One day ago, so Ring, happy birthday for yesterday. I hope you had a great day. Hope you got some cake. Hope you got some presents. You're another year older, another year wiser, as they say. Meant to be a 4-player co-op experience. True. It is meant to be, but yeah, this one guy, it was like, nah, you follow me. I'll show you the levels to do. It's like, oh, you don't want to do this level next. No, you're going to want to do this one over here because I say it's better. Thank you for the Lurks toy ring. You just revealed something that I need to redo. So because I had to re-authenticate with Streamlabs and it's causing all these errors, its CloudBot has disabled itself. There we go. So now if you click or do lurk, it should have you lurk. So this is actually a tip for anyone who uses Streamlabs. If you notice your Streamlabs bot stops working, commands stop working, all that stuff. So like right now I can now do lurk and it's going to come up Streamlabs. If yours stops working, go into the Streamlabs website, go to the dashboard, find CloudBot on the side, and then re-enable CloudBot. This is an issue I see so many people get, and I am glad someone actually took the time to explain this to me because it has saved me so many headaches. And look at that. My Streamlabs bots are now started up going, whoa, we can now post and comment. Radical. They don't really say radical. What is this music? Again, this is meant to be chill pop, but I don't know, it doesn't sound like chill pop. In any case, I wish when I hit pause, I actually did a fade out and not just a instant pause. Over to gameplay. So I've not touched my PlayStation since the last stream. Assuming it hasn't turned off. Yeah, which would only happen during a power outage. It should be at the exact same spot as last time. Yes, it is, because we weren't allowed to save here, and we're infiltrating the capital thanks to Goots. Best boy in the game. That Mega Man Battle Network? Yes. Okay, I'm going to hop back a bit. I bought the Mega Man Battle Network collection physically from Japan. It was actually cheaper than the Japanese collection. It has English menus and everything still. Literally the only difference is the box is in Japanese. I finished 1, playing through 2, which I haven't actually touched in a couple of weeks because I keep pausing Final Fantasy 16 at different points where I can't actually close the game. Oh, it was the best. Okay, one last little thing with this. There is one achievement in this which is a pain. The worst achievement ever. It's not complete 1, 2, and 3. That is very easily doable. But no, collection complete. Acquire all chips, including the download chips, in Mega Man Battle Network. I believe that only counts for number 1, but the fact that there are so many RNG related chips, that single achievement makes this the most painful grind. Because like you look at these, it's like use ground style in Battle Network 3. Or Battle Network 3 white, Shadowstone blue. So yeah, you're gonna have to look up how to get those styles and play to that point. But that's it. Shield style in either 2 or 3, you get the choice. Earn your first S rank in an in-game battle. That is easy. 81% of people have done it. But then, this, only 7% of players have gotten it. That said, only 19% of people got all the Mega Man Battle Network addresses, and that is not hard to do. It's very easy to do early on. I want it. Can you actually sort by rarity in this game? Acquire an SP virus in 3. Ground style in 1. So these are apparently less earned than getting a complete collection. How do people do it? I don't get it. Big, really good game. I enjoy it. But we're not here to play, though. We're here to play 16. Oh man, this... I got a Schweppes and it's a pop-off ring. I'll be back in a quick second. I think I got a bottle opener.
One would never guess that these people stood on the brink of war.
When they're afraid, they turn to drink to forget their fears.
Anything you want to forget?
The harbor is empty, and half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge. Were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
It's back.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
Scheming, he calls it. Should have a change game redeem. I can't. Because then I won't ever finish anything.
What is it, boy?
Who's out there? War has already begun? It's the young girl from earlier.
What's happening?
I don't know. Torgal!
Right. The rebellion that the Bahamut guy wanted to start. And likely getting help from the Phoenix. But I don't want to screw me over, Sasha. I gotta finish my games. Fire in the sky.
The city's on fire.
I'm sure Goots is fine. He'll be making for the square.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
Oh, so it's Ifreeze, not Ifrit. Really? I think there is a Ifreeze. Like, through mythology. I think World of Final Fantasy uses it as a name.
Those were Imperial Dragoons.
I just realized if Goots is here, he better not get hurt in all this. Oh, come on, you can't have a chest and not have me open the chest. I like we get a constant view of the crystal.
What in the hell is going on?
Let's go and see.
Right.
Which is a good time to come here to do our plan. And we can actually use this to destroy the crystal.
But first we find Goots.
I just hope he's all right.
Ah, stop setting red flags, please.
You there! Identify yourself! We have to. Attack! All yours, Torgal!
Come back.
Get him!
I'm so anxious I'm gonna miss an item.
Around! Wake and win! Cut them down! Over here!
It's still just
Get him!
a ridiculous combo that they allow you to do.
All yours, Torgal!
Alright, he's dead. Oh, there's a treasure chest right there.
Over here! Torgal, kill!
Alright, pull him down. Rapid punch.
Get him!
Alright, heal up with this. Get all the damage in.
This one!
Did not time that well enough. Alright, pull him down. Hit him with this. And go to the rapid punch. Come on.
There's no doubt about it. They're dragoons. What is this then? A civil war?
Nothing else around here? Alright, let's continue in. Let's find Goots. Come on. Goots cannot be hurt, please. Quick moment.
Never thought I'd be glad to fall into a sewer.
Definitely no doorways.
Secured, Captain. None of the Emperor's forces remain. Gather the men. We press on to the council chambers. Yes, Captain.
Just dumping the dead bodies in the sewer. That is so disrespectful. Why would they do this?
The evacuation is complete, Captain. Then all that remains is dethrone the Pretender.
There it is. The bell tower.
Right. Let's go.
Come on, Goots, you've got to survive this. You gotta come through this unharmed. Can't get hurt. No new scars. Nothing.
A goods lift.
I wonder how Torgal made it up here. I mean, Jill, she could have easily made it up. Nah, started playing Kingdom Hearts. Ooh. Number 1?
Where in Grieger's name did you come from?
I mean, it's a good series. All of them. I mean, I really do enjoy Kingdom Hearts, but whenever I try to play it, I always try to do it chronologically, and then I get tired of Kingdom Hearts when I get close to the end 2. It's like, 1, Chain of Memories, then 2 is like, too much Kingdom Hearts, give me something else. Give me a break between them.
Intruders! Defend the gates! Get him!
Alright, give him the tornado. But yeah, that still heaps cool. Hopefully you enjoy them all. Do let me know what you think of them if you haven't played them already, obviously. I feel like you would have played them. Another new enemy.
All yours, Torgal. Too slow.
And hopefully that helps kill all the others. That was such a good combo. Just hitting it with both electricity and Titan's move. I had to wait for the tornado to vanish. Any second now. Just a bit longer. My goodness, that lasted a while. I think we came from that way.
Damn it. We'll have to find a way around.
And where is our way around? Alright, item up there. Get our treasure.
Stop! In the name of His Highness! Over here!
Oh my goodness, I can't believe I hit or fell for that attack.
Over here!
Come on, Gucci. Please be safe.
Hold on, kids. We're coming.
That's the bell tower there. Still got so far to go.
Who goes there? In the prince's name, none shall pass!
I see how much damage I can get this time. Only 38,000. It's gonna be so hard to reach like 50,000.
All yours, Torgal!
Alright, blocked him. If I stay near here... Okay, never mind. Imperial Links. No items this time? No. We're coming for you, goods.
Enemies on the rampart! Kill them! Get him! All yours, Torgal!
And more dead soldiers down here. Favor of Earth, Raging Fists. Alright, that could actually be useful. They just keep giving me more and more potions. Does not bode well.
Can you see him anywhere?
dragon. It's gonna take down the bell tower. Goods, please tell me you weren't back
It
there.
must be one of the Dragoon's pets.
Alright, we can do this.
Nice try. Over here! This one. Get him! Nice try.
I was hoping. Okay, it did go through. Heavenly host. I need to heal up. Because my goodness, this thing is just destroying me. Come on, heal me up a bit. Like 26,000. Alright, high potion. I can't remember that. Won't hit it. Pull it in.
I think it has something in store for us.
Get ready to move. Nice try.
What am I supposed to do besides just rapidly dodging?
Get him. Attack.
And again. That didn't work well. Alright, as big of a combo as I can get. $53,000! I got the achievement. Alright, I'm happy with that. Dragon Dance.
Nice try. Too slow. All yours, Torgal. Too slow.
Alright.
I needed that.
Kill all potions.
Now, Torgal. Sicker.
There is no way that should have worked. Can it just not? I mean, come on, what's with all these attacks? Plan rebirth. I don't think I'm gonna get in this stagger set. Like, if Garuda's attack followed, I could have. Oh, right before the attack hit. Oh. Woo. And there's the bone I was looking for earlier for the sword that is weaker than my current sword.
Over here, Clive!
He's fine!
Are you alright?
Oh, good. Thank goodness.
Good. There you are.
I didn't know there'd be a dragon.
All right. Let's get out of here.
Oh!
What now?
Is that the Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there? The Hummet.
Oh, I didn't expect him to attack his own people. Something is definitely wrong with him.
Your Highness, don't do this.
We must leave. Now, Your Grace. I beg of you.
This is not what he wanted. Something's happened. Forgive me, Yod, but I must put a stop to this.
Your Grace!
Please tell me we get to fight Bahamut next. So the crystals become a weapon? I have so many questions now. I mean, at least Goods got out of that unscathed.
So, what do we do now then?
We destroy the heart.
We might come back!
As soon as the flames die down, the Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
What? And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that. If you're staying, then so am I. I packed everything up before I made a run for it, so if there's out yous need, just ask. But I won't be giving it away for free. Nana'd never forgive us if I did.
Thank you, Goots.
Julie is a good boy. That's why I love him so much. I'm curious why the crystal reformed itself like that. And what was going on with Bahamut?
Just let me get me stuff out.
Goods is told.
Me wares.
I can now buy the diamond sword, but yeah, it's worse than Excalibur. Why would I?
Righto, here you go. Is there else you need? You've got everything you need then.
What's the big hammer? Right, so I can at least upgrade things. I can craft a silken sash as well as diamond armors, and I think upgraded they'll be better. Well, slightly better for HP but not defense, for one. And same with the other.
Anything else I can make for you?
Keep what I've got.
You be brave now, boy.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive. It's time to free Storm from the crystal's curse.
At once.
It's past time. But remember, Bahamut is still out there.
And I dare say we'll be seeing him again before the night is done.
Bahamut did do a lot of damage against Ramar. But I am sure we can handle him.
No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Poor soldiers. And this is why...
Feel that, Clive?
Ether.
That's why I didn't buy the max amount of potions, is because you always find them on the ground.
Just what we need. Another flood.
It's already turned them.
Then there's no reason to hold back. Too slow.
It's sad. Like, all these people were just ordinary citizens here. Now they're all dead. I bet Ultima did something to Dragoon. It's the only explanation.
This
And Lich is still alive. And more enemies appeared. Limit break it. Kill what I can.
There must be a way to climb up.
Glad I looked back. More treasure! Brother of the Lightning, Judgment Bolt. Okay. Looks like the normal way to go. Okay, no more items. Your brother!
Joshua! What is he doing?
Keeping the Harmon occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming! We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Have again. Not now. Noble, kill!
Now kill another Revenant. Trying to get through these as quickly as I can. We have to help Joshua.
What was that?
Bahamut. He'll kill us all.
Do you think Bahamut could chill just a little?
There he is. Joshua! I'm here, brother!
Clive. He can't hear you.
Joshua!
They're heading for the heart.
And so should we.
I mean, I'm going to enjoy a battle against Bahamut.
All yours, Torgal. Kill! Sickle!
Of course, there's more. Alright. Big tornado where we can't see anything. No treasure coppers, just a quick check. Alright, continue in. Absolutely love the soundtrack in this. They really outdid themselves.
We don't have time for this!
I know it's about to hit me, but... Alright, I broke through just in time. Thankfully, the electrical bursts are gonna stop any of the enemies from getting close to me if they're still alive. A tornado should take down the stagger bar a lot. I was like, could you see what happened in there? Because I sure couldn't.
Already.
Alright, no more items. Continue onwards. Oh, I thought we could have gone left. Ooh, treasure! Black blood, 10 bloody hides.
Are those the council chambers? How are they still standing?
I don't know.
What new mini boss are we gonna be up against?
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
I mean, he survived us killing him.
We're getting close. Looks like somebody doesn't want us getting any closer.
I don't care what it wants.
Of his design.
Neither do I.
Ultimate mixed with Bahamut a bit.
Soil and stone! Attack! Over here! Now, Torval! Torval, kill!
I walked right into that one. So it's a necrophobe. Odd name choice, but alright, tornado. Lanes of rebirth, because this won't allow the stagger gauge to continue. And lure break just so I can heal a little bit. Even if I can't see elemental dissonance. I have no clue what he's doing.
Let's try. All yours, Torgal. Slow. Go,
Did not aim that too well. Press the attack.
I don't want to know what that is. We have to end this right now.
I'm pressing it as much as I can. Doing all the damage. And Firago. And Blizzago. Jump right into those.
Fine hand.
Dual cast Blizzago.
Let's try.
yours, Torgal.
Oh, that was not good. At least I can heal up a little bit with this. Alright, try the big combo. May not be able to see what he's doing, but at least I know this move names. Never mind, he has new combinations.
Waken wins! Let's try.
Alright, got him with that. Oh my goodness. He got to level up though. Favor of Earth. Increase 1-up damage by 10%.
These beasts, they're getting stronger.
We can think about them later. Right now, there's only one thing we need to focus on.
The heart.
Oh, that was an intense fight.
We might be able to get up through the building.
It's worth a try.
3 chunks of wurite. Alright.
Quiet. There's someone up there.
This is where our younger brother's plan comes together, isn't it?
Is someone there?
Mother,
It's you.
what happened here?
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy. My darling. Darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right.
Answer him.
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you. Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's
she
firstborn was
has-
surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long
What, the
for this
Bahamut
world.
bloodline?
The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Joshua. My darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive? When the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
At no point do I feel sorry for her. Oh, now she gets to see him die.
Joshua! Wake up! I am a shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
What are you...
No greater summoning in the entire series.
Clive.
Joshua.
Clive!
That's, oh my goodness, the chills I get from this game. That it is using the power of the crystal? I really wish I had an actual base cam to show my utter surprise and shock in all of this. Hello, Mr. B. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. The music in this is amazing.
Looks like we have another follow. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciate the follow. If I may also ask, how did you find me? Phoenix gets to help us? Goodness.
Joshua!
Oh, that's cool. I just like to ask because I like to find out how social media goes.
We'll face the consequences.
I've learned Spit Flare. R2 Triangle releases a massive stream of light that sees anything in its path. Sudden exposure to the flare will cause enemies to become partially staggered, cancelling any initiated abilities. Completely missed. Really keep that some mechanic in future games. That would be pretty cool.
Good work, Joshua!
And I do hope they do that as well. Because this is a very fun battle mechanic. It's like even the quick time events like these feel so natural.
Shit. Can't reach him.
Jump on Joshua's back.
Don't do this! No! Brother!
Alright, that's it. Roll credits.
I'll come back for you.
I get to play as the Phoenix. And pointing the Phoenix again. Move triangles for fire. R1s to evade. Use L for holding circle to lock into multiple targets. Huh. Oh, I was looking at myself and trying to shoot at me. I'm gonna assume rapid fire is going to do more damage as long as I can actually hit him. But if I keep getting hit like that, my goodness. Missed one. So bad at the flying moments.
Your Highness, stop this! Please think of your people!
Dodge. I feel like this is the first time I'm gonna have to properly use healing.
Where are you going?
It's another mega player. I think my health is staying a little bit above his, which is... Okay, never mind. Right, I completely forgot I could charge that.
My founder! Those things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen!
Francis is gonna die, isn't he?
I have to stop them!
Thank goodness.
Enough!
I'm loving this. This isn't just... Like, I know people love the classic Final Fantasy, but I'm glad it isn't even just standing in front of an enemy here and button mash, that's it. We at least get to see transitions. They have different attack patterns.
Don't you dare! Thank the Founder.
It's now or never, Joshua.
Mortal coil. It's too far away, I couldn't hit him. Have a Giga Flare? Terra Flare.
If you're sure.
Missed him again.
Good work, Joshua!
Just roar at him. Okay, and then let's go finish off the cinematic clash again.
Now, Joshua!
battle. Oh my goodness, my chest. My heart is racing from that. I'm loving this way too much. It is such an amazing game.
What now?
Is he gonna eat the heart?
This is drinking the ether.
We have to stop him.
This is not what caused Titan to go berserk.
I'm here.
Joshua, are you alright? Damn it. You have to be stronger than this. Come on, Ifrit. Show us your true power.
They fusing?
If we become one,
This may be enough. We can do it, Clive.
we can, and we will, together.
Cue second fight?
Are you ready?
Ready!
Embodying Ifrit Risen. Enhanced version of most of Ifrit's abilities are available to use as Ifrit Risen. In addition to Wildfire, Ifrit Risen also has access to the ability Lightspeed, which, similar to Phoenix Shift, allows for a swift approach to a target. Lightspeed can be executed by pressing X. All abilities available on embodying Ifrit Risen can be confirmed in the Abilities tab.
How can we hope to match such power?
By trusting in our own.
I thought I could just press X to dodge that. flip them over. All right. Big roar time. Big damage. I mean, imagine looking up at the night sky and this is what you see. A demon fighting a dragon. Such a what? How am I supposed to dodge that? Alright, Spitflare. Big DPS, come on. It's the attack. I'm pressing all the attacks I've got! Alright, I broke it. I thought I was on the other side! Hello, Koi! How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Apparently fighting a dragon in space. But how's your day been? Doing pretty good. I managed to convert my VR chat avatar to a VTuber model. Cool! That's heaps awesome. Good work. My goodness, it's still alive. What the heck?
He would burn the world.
Is that a flare?
Not today. Come on, Joshua! This ends now!
I understood that reference. How Louis Suave beats Bahamut in 14 with the power of Phoenix. Nice little reference in there. Oh my goodness, that was an amazing fight! I'm fanning too much. How test your computer can handle both gaming and 3D VTuber at the same time. It should be able to. Well, I mean, I don't quite know what your specs are, but I'm sure your computer should be able to handle it. I mean, the 3D VTuber software does not take up much resources. It's only if a game takes up, say, 90% of your computer's resources, will you start to see a stutter with your VTuber. Oh, how about I let my chest settle down? So, I posted on Twitter the last few days. I've had an issue where my heart has been racing and just had a bit of an arrhythmia happening. I think it's just part of an illness that's going to be gone in a few days. Playing this did not help. That was an intense fight. Decent, but there's been hints that the age of the computer is getting there. I mean, hopefully it isn't going to be too big of an issue with the age. I mean, I've used old computer parts for the longest time. Whereas early this year, my SSD, a hard drive which has never shown any sign of aging, suddenly died. So aging isn't really a bad thing. It's more when there's no signs, that's when I would start to worry. Let's continue. Oh my goodness. Destroy the crystal.
Dion!
I'm gonna be surprised if Dion survives, considering Kupka did the exact same thing and he didn't get to survive. I had a bed, wanted to drop by and catch you when I could. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Thank you for coming on by, I do appreciate it. Can't wait to see your 3D VTuber as well.
Joshua!
Clive!
Brothers reunited.
My brother.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters. I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Reunited at last.
Jill.
He survived? Oh.
This is for my father!
The kid killed the father? And he was possessed by Ultima?
It is done. The demon that would tear our house apart is no more. Father.
The Mother Crystal. It's collapsing.
Right. We need to
I'm gonna have to read some lore about what just happened.
Wait. I owe him a debt.
Fine.
His power?
You there. Tell me what section.
Don't reinforce the walls.
Situation.
Report, Captain.
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
Madness is this, Theon.
I guess the father survived.
Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. City can wait. Don't dally, man. Go!
Your Radiance.
And I want you to find out about the Dalmec's movements.
By the light. Dion. Have you taken leave of your senses? Call off the Dragoons at once.
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands.
Yeah, it's flashback.
I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbreque. It stems from your wife. The traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, your eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your emperor? Guards! Take him!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire, of its rulers, of your god? As the mother crystals crumble one by one, and the blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear, our people look to their emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself. Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build.
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go, claim Valisthea for me, brother.
Also, Dion was the one who killed him. Even if accidental. Hey Ace, how you doing?
Dion.
Guards! Guards!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would.
I'm glad you're good, Ace.
And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks. Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
Okay, so I'm guessing Ultimate had been inside their fam, like the mother.
Brother?
It's a long story.
I think I got an idea of the story and I can explain my thoughts soon.
You cannot stay here, Mother. Come. Take my hand.
Don't do it. She's evil.
Get away from me! a dream, just a bad dream! You will not take me, Shadow! You will not take me!
I was just sitting there going, do it. Let's do it already. I mean, I want to be able to forgive her for all the stuff that she's done.
Mother.
I think if anyone in my family did half the stuff she did, yeah, I want to forgive them. I am glad you're doing well, Ace. It's glad to hear. It's good to see you again. Also, I don't know if you're still here, Chloe, but I would definitely check out the pictures on Twitter.
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place. By primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Interesting.
Your Majesty.
I don't know what he meant, but interesting. Sometime later. Is that not Garuda? Or is it someone else? And why are we getting... Why are we getting sexy scenes?
Play? It's been a long time.
If that is your wish.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
No spoilers, please, Ace.
Such feeble creatures.
Oh no, now it's a guy. Hello, Crabzilla.
Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you to your doom. And so you bind your fragile wills with strands of consciousness.
The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The sons of fire were united at last, and for but a moment, their flame burned bright.
That's even creepier. Honestly.
Soon, Muthos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Not before the bonds are severed, of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away, may Muthos return to our side. By primogenesis shall all be undone. Mankind shall be rid of his wretchedness, and Muthos of his will. But while he yet clings to it, he has the power to forge bonds anew. And so we bid you, find Muthos, and sever every one.
To destroy that which has no physical form, you ask the impossible.
There is nothing your black blade cannot cut, Odin. We shall unite with Muthos, and bring forth a new world. So long as our vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours.
Who is this person? Like, that's even creepier. That is the creepiest part. Ah. 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 Oh, the revelations. So, I have thoughts on what a lot of this meant. So, I'm guessing Ultima, from the beginning, had some connection to Clive's mother. It's why she wanted to have, a strong son that sticks with her. Yes, she says her want was someone who could unite the world, under her vision. But I kind of feel like Ultima was controlling her, wanting mythos. Which is why, as soon as Ifrit appears, he sees the robed man, which would have been Ultima. It would have been him whispering to him. When we fast forwarded in the story, and we actually got to finally see Ultima, and he refers to his club as mythos, Joshua seals him inside of himself. But Ultima is slowly seeping back out into the world and causing influence. Similarly, as time has gone on, and we kept seeing him as the robed man here and there. The entire thing just then with, I forget Little Twerp's name, the real little brother, he would have just been a temporary vessel. Hence why he vanished into dusk. He didn't get a proper death because he wasn't a proper physical being. He was never a part of that bloodline, only tied to the mother. Now, I'm going to assume the mother has a relationship with the quote-unquote mother from this area with Odin in that disturbing scene we just saw, in which they're showing off signs of, to start off with, Garuda. Made us think Garuda was, fraternizing with Odin earlier on in the story, but turns out no. It was just Ultima that he was talking to. But now Ultima wants to sever all connections, which means Shiva is likely the next person to die. I mean, I don't think Yoshida knows how much I love Goots in this game. He wouldn't kill Goots because he had no clue that Goots would be the favorite. But the connection to, Goots is going to be severed. I mean, not Goots. The connection to Shiva is going to be severed. And that's going to be what'll affect things. I'll go to the next cutscene, and then I will have to take a break to go to the bathroom and whatnot. The world is plunging into darkness.
How is your brother?
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion.
He used a lot of energy. No
Tyre
wonder.
says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
The curse. For every mountain we climb, another rises up to greet us, doesn't it?
It's never ending. Even the sky seems to have grown tired of it all.
There's only one crystal left. We're close to our assumed mission. Things fall apart. No! Don't fall apart. By power of light, Clive claimed a portion of the icon Bahamut's essence. Joining with Bahamut not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities such as Impulse, which creates multiple spheres of light to pursue a target, and dealing it continuous damage. Bahamut's feat. Using Bahamut's iconic feat Wings of Light to begin casting Mega Flare, an immensely powerful spell that showers enemies with a deluge of searing light. The longer the spell is charged, the more powerful the results. Press circle to cast the spell when ready. Taking damage while casting will cancel the spell.
Ty won't be happy if I disturb Joshua. While he rests, I might as well see what Otter has to say.
Check out the reading table. Got 4 new letters that we haven't read. Otto. About the other day. Have you know I never shed a tear in front of no one. Not even my mother. And you won't soon catch me doing the like again. So, if it pleases your lordship, we can both forget about the whole damn thing. The Sid I chose to follow all them years ago is gone. And there ain't no dragging him back from the depths of whatever hell he's talked his way into. But it's legacy that lives on, in you and everyone else here in the hideaway. Sure as the sky is blue. At least, I think it's still blue. And as long as it is, I'll be right here where you can count on me. Eloise. Greetings from the Crimson Caravans. I trust you and your party gain the Dominion without further events. Should your travels ever bring you back to the markets and put you in need of additional assistance, you'll find the Crimson Caravan more than happy to oblige. It might even offer a discount on our usual rates. Cursebreaker Intelligence. Reports from our brothers and sisters afield are all the same. These accursed guys cast not only a pall over the land, but over the hearts for people. Hearts already heavy from the fall of the Dominion and the destruction of Storm's final Mother Crystal. But now, the realm endures. But with each new flood do her few remaining children descend further into madness. The situation is, as ever, dire. Fresh wings shall find you on the new moon's turning. Until then, our watch continues. And Theodore. Word of the twin side is that there's little left of the capital after the Mad Prince's royal tantrum. But what of you and yours? Did you manage an escape before the city went bloop up? I trust you did, but a Stelos might be good to set Elle's mind at ease. Let's check out our new abilities. Alright, so Impulse. Summon multiple spheres of light that upon striking an enemy deal continuous damage, binding it to the spot. It's quite an interesting move. But I feel like it doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just keep someone still. Wings of Light, which is the circle move, begin casting Mega Flare. Flare Breath. Breathe forth a plume of light aspected flame that deals continuous damage. And we have Satellite, summon multiple light aspected familiars that attack any enemy on which Clive uses magic. So the more you press triangle, the more it is going to attack. Sales will deal a follow-up attack when Clive uses the following: Magic, Charge Magic, Magic Burst, and Precision Shot. Even if Clive is recovering and cannot cast a spell, pressing triangle will command the satellites to attack. It can be used while casting Mega Flare. And then Giga Flare. Fire a massive beam of overcharged light that burns any enemy it hits. Let me check the details on that. Both Eleanor can be used to aim and exploit enemy vulnerabilities. Upgrade increases the number of hits inflicted. Mastery can be put onto any. Which I could replace, not Phoenix Shift, but Flames of Rebirth. While that is good for healing, it doesn't have high damage. Whereas this does. The only problem is I can't really learn and upgrade it and then master it. And even if I swap over to using Bahamut style, I can't bring over Rising Flames. But now this will probably do. Have Flare Breath as well as Giga Flare. There are new items available. Alright, check out the items and then I'll take that quick break.
What do I owe the honor? What's that for you, dear?
Ratburn. New weapon. Only ever so slightly stronger.
No scratches, all right? That it? Fine.
Thanks for not leaving me in the Dominion. If you hadn't come back, I might still be stuck there. I told Nan we flew back on the Phoenix, but she walloped me for telling fibs. Can you tell her it was the truth, Clive?
Absolutely well, Goods.
Clive. Coin purse weighing you down?
New Equestrian Night Terrors.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
It seems the hideaway has lost its...
So it's now on Twilight. And I go... Very silent. Elders of the Empire. Or Idols. Sand and Stone. Thousand Tables. and I'll play Betrayal. I'll be back in a bit, just need to go bathroom. Because I really gotta go. We're gone for about a minute. Don't go anywheres. I am back! Did I just get a raid from Fide? Welcome, Raiders! I just thought I'd play that again, but I don't know if it actually came up before. Sorry, I was off to the bathroom, but welcome, Raiders! Let me first give you a shout out. So, welcome, Raiders! I am Temporal Nix. I'm a superhero-themed VTuber from Australia. I play a variety of games. Tonight is Final Fantasy XVI. I'm getting close to the end. No spoilers, please. I am... on Wednesday, so tomorrow, I play Dark Souls 3, where whenever I die, I have to exercise. I may have to delay that, though, because I'm a little unwell. And on weekends, I'm playing Stardew Valley. But how was your stream? I am from Queensland. Magrin? Also, hello, Fire. Hello, Magrin. How are you both? How was your stream? How was God of War? I am saying how was a lot. Again, apologies. You kind of read me right as I had to go to the bathroom. You're from Perth. It's still cool to see someone else from Australia. I mean... trying to... it's cold a bit tonight, so I've got my blanket and I'm trying to wrap myself up in it. For some reason, I have a corner right behind my back. I don't know why. Stream went well. First time playing God of War, but you love it. I'm glad to hear it. I have never played a God of War game. Hello, Sleepy, and hello, Ace. Mail stream is over. I'm sure he'll be back with another stream for that New Vegas. It's 16. It is. Sleepy, I have just passed a big spoiler moment for the story. I mean, every story moment's a spoiler. But if you're playing this, Sleepy, there is a certain point where when you get up to it, I'm going to be sitting going, Sleepy, did you get the reference? Did you see a reference? Sleepy, Sleepy, Sleepy. And there is, just like 14, there are references to a lot of different things. So that in itself is not a spoiler either. Because, you know, Yoshida loves references. Yeah, I'm glad God of War went well. The only time I've ever seen God of War is the original games. I knew someone I was kind of forced to be their friend, and they used to be really into it. And because of that, I just couldn't get into it. Don't worry, I won't tell you. I mean, I respect the no spoilers. I know me going, I can't wait to talk to you about things. Like, I know you may be able to look there and go, spoiler, but gotta run, have fun with the game. Will do, Sleepy. Do take care, have a good night. Oh, my tummy hurts. I was tensing up too much before. I'll go back to the regular music. Also, what is my...
lost its appetite.
Alright, get to the sunlight. Alright, that is also a nice looking sword. It's also apparently been confirmed. So this is a fun little thing. The developer of 14, like Final Fantasy 14 and 16, it's the same guy. It's Naoki Yoshida. He was asked a while back, would he do a crossover event between 14 and 16? And this was when he was being interviewed about something for Final Fantasy 14. And he goes, well, to do that, I need to write up a proposal and hand it over to the other directors. So I'd have to write this up and give this to the director of Final Fantasy 16, a man of whom I share the same name with. And then he's going to have to look at this, and he's going to have to agree to the terms, sign it, and slide it back over to my desk. Because now he and I share a lot of same values, so it might happen, but you just never know. And everyone's like, this is a very roundabout way of saying yes. Apparently at the FanFest, he was asked about, hey, is a crossover event happening anytime soon? And he said something along the lines of, yes, I was able to meet with the director of 16, and we may have something planned for the future. And I was like, dude, it's just... it's you. Come on. I shall continue the story.
There's barely been a shipment in since... Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Wait, before I talk to Otto. View the hunting board. Alright, there's 3 new ones. So, notepad. The Mare Dalmechia. Human. We then have Quiet Sands Rosaria. Human group. And then finally, we're going to have to read this. Sam Broke's legend tells of a dread dragon who set near half the realm alight with his torrid breath, before being sealed away behind a magical mist by Gregor herself, some sources claim. Though it has long been forgotten which parts of the tale are true and which are mere myth, recent reports of a great dragon's roar, reverberating around the woodland passes of the Empire, are real. Alright, so Woodland Passes, Sandrex? I'll just put it down as question marks. So I'll look at this a bit later and be able to go, alright, these are the 3 hunting targets I'm going to have to kill. Hey, Otto.
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? Oh, she's just fine. As long as you look past the fat storms out mother crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle in the Free Cities, helping Mid with her project. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turned foul. Still waiting on a reply, though.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh no, I'm just a messenger. I leave the scheming to those more suited to the task. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state of things. Could be that they don't. It certainly can't hurt to ask.
Try to correct my posture. My back's killing me. Alright, talk to Vivian first.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't break their spirits. They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this mess.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts.
Alright, time to look at the war chart.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen Mother Crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
I'm also curious if that means in the world there's going to be stronger enemies now.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
It's a fair point. We've got 3 dominants and a special wolf. We could fight off Odin. Yes, Ace. Sir, a funny meme. I like memes.
Cries of dread one die in ruin lies less.
You spoony bard. In the Discord. Alright, click. Which Discord, if I may ask? Mine. I don't see anything pop up yet. Page reveal one. Yeah, there's nothing yet pop up. I'll talk to this person and see if it pops through, because I know sometimes Discord takes a bit to send messages through, especially when we're in different countries.
You'll hear about the skies.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day, did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
There is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
And back to Otto we go. Oh my goodness, so much back and forth. So can we kill Odin now? Jules here.
Clive, we have a problem.
Only one. That would be a first.
It would. Actually, there are 3. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a Akashic out her gates, and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has put the wind up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains...
It fucking pours. The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they'd get here in time to make any real difference. Which means there's only 2 people who can.
Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
And a bunch of side quests. Not in this area, surprisingly. But side quests in other areas. Wait, first? Oh. We have to see the main quest markers. First, save, because we haven't saved in a while.
How are you doing?
Where are the reports? Okay, so it's just the main story. Alright, up here was Sam Breck, wasn't it? Yes. So for starters, the Woodland Passes near the capital. Which I guess is the Royal Meadows. Although, oh no wait, that's my... Could actually be down here in Heaven's Hall. I made that little marker. Can't get rid of it just yet. Then again, there's this new way, and down here could be... Alright, we're going to this one. Unlock part of the new map. Go from there.
Run like the wind.
Level 33 enemies. But yeah, no memes come through on my Discord. What channel did you put it under, if I may ask, Ace? I went the completely wrong way. And then, yeah, pretty much to the end of this road is to the left. Right side, items. Ignore the little dragonettes. We've got bigger fish to fry. Morn broom. Alright. See an item hidden up here in the leaves. Just a fang. Treasure chest? Ring of the Marksman. Okay, this is an arena if I've ever seen one. Rathalos. Svarog. Level 50, we're only level 38.
This beast isn't to be trifled with. Over here!
Alright, level 1 Mega Player.
Let's try. This one.
Oh my goodness! A Giga player.
I needed that. All yours, Torgal. Pressure already. Over here.
Okay, I definitely think I need to train before I do this again.
Nice try. Get him. Now, Torgal.
Yeah, we've done so little damage. Can dance.
Nice try. This one. Slow. This one. This one. Attack. Attack. This one.
I charge up my Mega Player. Let's hope this does a lot.
Sickle. Titan. Nice try.
Pull his head down.
Nice try.
all out of potions. My goodness. Even this is a combination, it does not do much. And took up half its health.
This one. Sick of it.
Dude, just give me a moment to think. Really pulling back down. Limit break.
Get him. This one. Attack. Throw torque.
Just keep charging Mega Flare. I mean, he'll have to come close to me soon, won't he?
No.
Never mind. Okay, at least I know where. I know where that is. I can come back and definitely kill it. Ah, boy. Well, we have a quest in this area anyway that we got to do for the main story. You might as well start it off.
First we find Isabel.
I saw it with my own eyes. The whole of
I can't do it.
Let's see how she's doing.
My lord, my lady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes. Like a Kashik, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultimus thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
Prioritize it.
Four left for more on the captain's orders.
Madame, please!
Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall, because they are my charges and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered, or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
I'll have a word with him.
I'll be the one who has to save the day.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need some support.
How like you to consider my needs.
What we need to consider is where the creatures came from.
The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
We'll talk to the survivors.
First survivor here.
You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things just found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
My family. They're still in the capital.
I'm sorry, darling.
Sure, it's gonna be a quick moment. Nah, I mentioned this a couple of times in the stream already, but I posted about how my heartbeat's just been acting up a little bit the last couple of days. At the moment, it's like got a little bit of a tightness at the moment, but I think that's more my stomach. Either being hungry because it's been, 5 hours since I last ate, mixed with some Schweppes where I haven't actually had caffeine over the last few days. So it could be a combination of that. So I was just checking my pulse using my wrist. Heartbeat seems to be fine, so the pain is not heart related, thankfully.
It's all right.
Did you see the creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah, They came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
Exit through this gateway. Come on, Ambrosia. I mean, I like that I haven't had to actually grind in this game to level up. Like, and since getting Ambrosia, I can skip all the enemies. It'll be fine. Probably isn't smart to skip them, but Seeing if there was any treasure chests, which fortunately not. Condensed ether. So we're gonna find the Akashic here, aren't we?
Clive, look.
I see them. With me. Over here.
Does this actually ever stop?
Over here. Torgal, kill.
Should I prime?
Save your strength. Go, Torgal. Get him!
Oh, the more appearing.
Nice try. Get him! This one.
Alright, bring him down. Torgal's primed.
Too slow. Nice try.
Magic Ash.
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
Well, that was easy. I was half expecting like a quest chain.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the ones standing before me.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one, and that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
She was still sitting there. It's like, what am I, chopped liver? I helped too, didn't I? Alright, let's see. There is one in Rosario in the Quiet Sands. Doubt any of these are going to just be called Quiet Sands. I'll start here in the 3 reeds and I'll write Ambrosia over it. Hopefully we can find something. The Quiet Sands are here. Alright, so if I go instead to here and then just travel north, I should be able to find the group.
Run like the wind.
I mean, this town's completely taken over. Hope the people inside are alright. There are monsters in there. Okay, I'm just gonna check this out.
Nice try.
And I wish this did more stagger damage.
Over here. I'll be fine.
A Giga Flare.
All yours, Torgal. Over here. This one. Over here.
No one up here. Nothing at all. I mean, perhaps we'll find out.
Better already.
Like, we'll go to the town. It's like, oh, the people from here came along. Alright, so it's just the town's abandoned. Which is quite sad. So, I am glad that we do get to see the world going at Kashyyyk.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
Lie. Ah, the chocobos. Not the chocobos. And those will be the people down there. Based on the ship, I'm guessing the pirates.
Thanks, girl.
The Magath brothers. Well, that's because of the Magath sisters, which was a summon in Final Fantasy X. I can't remember what else they appeared in. Hit all three at once.
All yours, Torgal.
Electricity as well. All of the damage we can get. That's an experience. My goodness.
No more vengeance. No more war.
Good play, Toggle.
Come on. Yeah.
Alright, let's fast travel our way up to Martha's Rest. See what her issue is that we need to fix.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
Martha. It's good to see you.
And you, Clive. Jill?
Otto said he'd been attacked by a Kashyyyk. What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight?
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest.
Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Prioritize the quest.
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
More.
It would be cool if we could see them. It'd also be cool if we had sort of like a Dynasty Warrior style battle.
Let's go.
Ah, I can't just... want to jump over it.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first. Let there be light! Over here! Soil and stone! This one! Over here! Let's get him! This one!
Alright, tornado. Catch as many as we can. Two waves. That was a little disappointing. Not gonna lie, I was hoping for like a boss one.
These men don't have the look of hired swords.
If you've come to rob this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's men? But how did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
We have to find Sir Wade?
And to think you took them for thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell. The Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
We'll worry about them, Martha.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
So there is thankfully more to do here. Do you have any orchestrion rolls?
Anything catch your eye?
You do. I'll take it.
Mad dogs.
Down we go. Where's the Akashic? I was expecting a big fight.
I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
Sir Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them. But we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
Ah, it's gonna be the turtles.
We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
We can certainly try. Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
Pull his head in. Oh, did not mean to look up. I was hoping I could move. Then breathe fire onto it. I don't even know where the turtle went. There's the turtle. Straight into the turtle's face.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
This is what I was expecting in the other area. Not just a quick, hey, things are solved. Also just be lazy and fast travel.
Just patch me up as quick.
They're headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Over here!
Not the chocobos! I tried to spare them! It didn't cover quest complete or anything. It just fades to black.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, Sir Wade. Shall we? Every life! Get him! This
How's it going?
nice try.
Doesn't ever use physical moves, so I can't do the rapid punch. When it's down, lightning bolt, then rapid punch. There we go, enemy slain. Is that the last of them? Only hope.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, of course they can stay.
That's 2 areas down. 1 to go. Oop. Hit the microphone. Apologies again. Guardian Scarf. It's just to be displayed.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oscar, over here. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rosfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch? I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew. Well, go on, then. It's not for me to ask him. Yes, so wait. If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I'm a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy shield. Not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are... I mean to say that, they're... It's all right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
Do it. We can train him.
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Know that I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way. I will not let you down, Lord Rosfield. You or my uncle.
Alright, well that's 2 of the 3 areas done. Then we need in Vermeer in Dalmacia. Start in the jaw and see if we can find Vermeer. Vermeer is just down here. Wait a second, how do I get there? Right, first right we can. Then we just keep taking it. Ignore the enemies, I just want the item. Oh, it's another item. I really thought we'd use the items for a lot more than what we actually do.
No mistakes.
Republican Zahir with a War Panther. Was not expecting that.
All right.
In any case, keep making our way for the hunting target. I believe it's that building just ahead. Yep, that looks like him.
Girl.
The 10 of clubs.
Another god's forsaken soul, eh? Only those who have nothing.
Punch, 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 punch.
That's all ready.
Let's have some fun.
All yours, Torvald.
No luck in the execution.
This one.
Punch, 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 punch. Getting with absolutely everything we can. Even a limit breaking there for good measure. I may need a high potion.
Nice try. This one. All yours, Torvald. Yeah.
Trying to make sure his execution hits the lightning. Come on. Man, he went Garuda. Not as tough as the Red Dragon, but still. Tough fight.
A deserter turned outlaw. We were more similar than he knew.
Are there any treasure coffers here? Or is this purely an arena? Just an arena. back here, continue the story. How is it, Delamil?
Sid, your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
Jill, Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalamil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. They left with our food and guild days ago.
Any idea where they went?
The desert's a big place. Your guess is as good as mine. But the fact is, I have more immediate concerns.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Ah, as if by magic. Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalimil's little problem. And at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. It will be our own. Now, I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard.
That's a fair point.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
Curious how long this quest line's gonna be.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood, it's the only way. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandits' ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
I mean, that is a pretty hard predicament, really.
What's he doing?
Because they both really have points. If they don't protect themselves, the bandits will come back. But then they're just going to die of starvation. Basically, no way to win.
Sid. And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalamil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness. Or an entire city, for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalamil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
That's just going back and forth and back and forth. My goodness.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear could set the entire town alight.
My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
What would Sid the Outlaw suggest?
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves, and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make them doubt their own.
Then no fighting?
Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action. Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince him of his folly. I'll speak with Natalie.
As you wish.
Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say is yes.
Like, I'm getting quite sleepy. Because, as I mentioned, I've stopped having the energy drinks before I stream. So right now, all I want is to go to bed. But I want to finish this part of the quest. And kill the red dragon.
Picture it, Conrad. Ah, here she is. The Lady of the Spear herself. Conrad, may I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canberra to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no. That there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings. You know of the 7 high houses. There must be 2 swords assigned each one. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalamil's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Conrad's not what you called the brightest candle in the crypt. And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
Is it because she doesn't look like she can defend herself?
Band together and show these brutes that
A shop.
If I had my pickaxe, I would.
I mean, it may still be possible to buy something. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill.
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Was Clive's acting not good enough?
Clive, your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
Do I get to at least kill the bandits? Please?
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
I'm scared.
Like, I jump whenever they talk because it at least speeds them up a little.
Good news, Sid. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalimil as we speak. All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in two groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer-thin defenses.
Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. The stakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not unite Dalimil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
I'm pretty sure we could turn into the icons and kill both sides. In an instant, really. It would not be difficult.
The women folk are coming to fuck us.
I'll take that one.
It's all yours.
They mean to overwhelm us.
Over here! You're finished!
Mega Flare him. Because why not? Just get big damage in.
Too slow.
As we pull him in, I just realized I was getting hurt quite a bit. I'm a little... I was about to say a little surprised that that was still going. There we go. Finally beat him. So close to a level up.
The townspeople. Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
That we should hurry.
Natalie, I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved Dalimil.
We all saved Dalimil.
Ah, they learned to work together.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Calm now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Still enough for a level up.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put Otto's mind at rest.
There's a shop where I can stock up on potions at the end of here.
Mummy. The gentleman of the town.
Sad seeing that this town's all destroyed now. Like, I miss when it was all happy.
Good day, my lord.
Here you are. My thanks. An excellent choice.
At least see my health.
Better already.
Buy another high potion.
Good day, my lord. An excellent.
I believe here was close to where the dragon was. Could be wrong, but I can still fast travel. This one. Also try to kill a basic enemy just so I can get the level up. Get the extra stats in.
The Imperial army must have tired of their pets. But if they won't feed them... Over here! It's over! Rotor! Get him!
There we go, level up. 39. And head on over to our abilities. We can upgrade and hopefully master Heat Wave. In doing so, we will do a bit better against the dragon. I also think getting Satellite might be useful. I don't actually need to get Satellite because if I'm using Bahamut's set, yeah, this way I can at least get 2 decent hits in. Satellite's good for stagger damage though. And stagger damage is also something that we kind of really need. And obviously I can't put it on over here.
Ready, go? Faster!
Well, let's hope this small change is more than enough. Because I do not want to grind to be able to beat this thing now. And I do not want to wait to beat it. There he is. Fingers crossed. Just that slight change in moveset is enough. And slight stat change.
Straight home now.
This should be interesting.
I also just realized I can't change it. I could have put Satellite here instead of Heat Wave. And here is where I'd replace Scarlet Cyclone with a Heat Wave. And not a single one of those hit because I'm too far away.
Over here! Go, Torgal! Over here! Get him! Over here!
Brad Dawn.
Over here! Go, Torgal! This one!
Go. Get with the tornado. And I'm hoping the lightning is also hitting it. That it just breaks through that. Hello, Hirosaki. Welcome to the channel. Like, I'm currently level 39 fighting this thing. I feel like I'm a little under-leveled. But how are you doing today? Wish I could forget everything so I can experience the game all over again. Like, I am very much enjoying this game immensely. And it's a little sad I'm not near the end. I've still yet to see any spoilers, so I'm happy. Like, I tried this fight once earlier, lost, but I got it, I think, about halfway, maybe close to 2/3. Mess up the timing.
This one.
Oh, let's get some healing in. It's like, can you see what he's doing? Because I can't. Oh, it very much is worth the journey. Like, this is such an amazing game. I'm so glad that I get to play it. Bad timing again. But how are you doing? I did see you were streaming earlier. I was gonna come in and say hi, but unfortunately kept getting pulled away earlier today whenever I wanted to basically hop in anyone's stream. For 12 hours, my goodness. I am jealous of everyone who can do that. Just... I know I can't handle 12 hours. That said, I start streaming at like 8 PM, so I get tired very quickly. Pew pew pew!
Get him! Over here!
Start at 10 PM. Goodness. But you say you have no life outside of work. I just have no life. Why did he just run straight into that?
Nice try. This one. That's better. Titan!
I keep disappointing myself that I'm using all my skills. I can't do big wombo combos. But if it's... You start at 10 PM and you went for 12 hours, then good morning to you. Hopefully you can get some sleep soon. Last Dance. Oh my goodness. Well, what a crazy combo you can do using one of Bahamut and Ramen skills? Sure!
This one.
I was hoping I could dodge through it. Drop lightning rod then Giga Flare on it. Ooh, true. I've been using that. Well, I have done it before, going lightning rod and then Giga Flare. but usually it's once they're already staggered. And before I Giga Flare it, I throw this in as well. So it'll hit the lightning at the same time.
Over here! Muhammad! Go, Torgal! Kill! Get him! Too slow.
Punch. Woo! That was a good fight. The next thing you can do is cast Mega Flame and pull it up with Judgment Bolt. I have not unlocked Judgment Bolt, I think. Or can I Fallen Enigma? Just valuable. Have money.
Definitely not to be trifled with.
Aw, the poor Rathalos. I know it's not what it is, but still. What are the items?